Alright, gamers, how we doing? Good to see all you. Hope you're having a wonderful day so far. Kevin agrees, right, Kevin? Yeah. Yeah. It's a me. Hello. Where cat? It's a cat. I'm just doing cat things. Okay. Anyway, um, today I want to speed kill some bosses with melee some more. I got a couple ideas I want to test out with Dreadwind. So probably try to optimize Dreadwind for a while. Um, Try to get a 30 something, 30 minutes something in 30s instead of the 40s for the special event run. I want to have all the melee builds in the 30s because it's where they deserve to be. But anyway, let's greet everyone. We got Perek, how you doing? Turbo, New Mexibent, loading screen, Sen, Sinju, Jester, Kingman. I hope you're all well. Is Demon Bly the only ring that rolls status as primary? Yes, it's the only ring that gets anything related to status effects at all. Morning, Kingman. Question is it worth getting the extra crit chance up with calamities? Depends on what the parts on your calamity are. Depends on what your base crit ends up being. Now those can roll crit chance parts. But if you have one that says if you have one that doesn't have any, it's probably not worth stacking much spell crit chance. It's probably not worth using. To be honest. Most people go double knot for a spellcasting route. And if you have double knot spec, then you want consistency and crits on your spells. It's just that simple. If you're running a non-double knot spec, then you can get away with not having crit consistency, sure. Not made to 100 yet. How's the run been? It's been good, Cub. How are you? So, I did throw a couple items onto this save before stream. But I gotta get rid of some of the existing ones. Hold on to that cannonballer for another thing. I still have these snake sticks favorited from when this was another build. Okay, so got the enchant on the upgrade for the sword. That's cool. Other rings I want to experiment with. This one's melee crit chance, melee crit damage, action skill duration. This one is 2 melee crit chance, 1 action skill duration. And I'd like to try those out. So this won't be 100% crit Dreadwind with these, but the thing about doing it this way is that my rings are no longer useless when I have to switch to From the Shadows. They're no longer just melee damage this way. So I lose a lot of crit chance, but I think it's still worth it. Another thing I want to try is maybe running the conditional enchant here, because it's 40% conditional, which is not insignificant, although I do have the old ways at 5 already, so 40% more in a category where I have 30 versus 4% overall crit chance. Yeah, I think that's pretty comfortable. Pretty comfortably gonna be in favor of this. But I'll get another empowering sigil first. Do some boss runs to warm up. Hey Jaybridge, how you doing? Hey Roddy, morning. Keep it busy, still no replies, keep the grind on, hope you're well. Brekkie eating? I did actually eat some brekkie. And yeah, I'm doing okay. Overwhelmed, a lot going on. Ugh. But yeah, I'm still wishing you luck. Hey Kitty, how are you? Brekkie bits. Thank you for the brekkie bits. I appreciate it. Let's do a couple boss runs to warm up. Hey Darkflame, how you doing? Hey Sora. That extra duration just feels nice. For basic enemies, the time to kill isn't noticeably slower either. So that's nice. Parasite, cool. I forgot to let him hit me for amnesia. Whoops. Gotta let him hit me. Heard while health is low enchant doesn't work with Deathless. That is a rumor that people have spread that has been debunked multiple times. I don't know where you're getting it from, but it's not true. Gotcha, thank you. Of course. Gotta travel for work this week. That's the worst. Increased action cycle duration on a polymorph is also nice. Still testing different spells that don't necessarily kill the polymorph target. The thing with increased action skill duration on a polymorph is it's kind of wasteful because spell shot power also does that. So you get like a lot anyway. Hey Amber, thank you for the 21 months. I appreciate it. Not been able to stick around streams lately, but happy to be here for those sweet emotes. I appreciate it, Amber. I hope things are okay for you, and if they're not, I hope they improve. And if they're good, then I hope they stay good. A little bit of a catch-all there, but it's good to see you. Very good on my end. Love to hear it. Hey Moveface, how are you? Well, this is one of the reasons why we went for more diverse ring passives, because when we do have to switch to From the Shadows, it no longer cripples the build as much. I also grabbed a couple other things for that. Oops, hang on. One of those has a fucky wucky that I gotta fix. Use the greatsword. Shellcakes and bonuses don't show up in character stat screen, do they? They do. I can confirm that for you in a moment. Don't need that one anymore. Okay, we'll wait for all my effects to be off. Okay, see my crit chance is 72.2 right now. I'm gonna reload my gun. Hey Priz, how you doing? Hey Swin, hope you're well. And it's supposed to update. Maybe it doesn't go back up. is what it is. But I can confirm that it does update. It's just not doing it right now. UI moment. Yeah, Wonderland's UI moment, Moveface. But it sometimes updates. I have seen it update. It might be an inconsistent thing. Problem I've had? Yeah, it might go up, but then not back down. Which is problematic, because that makes you think you have more crit than you do. Iclops. If they flew like a little closer to the ground consistently, I wouldn't mind them. It's not a bad promise ring. A little unfocused. A gun passive, a melee passive, and a spell passive. Come back down at all? Yeah. That would explain that. Of course you use that to block one. You're still dead. So, it's a little toxic, but I've started doing something different on my Amnesia builds. Or at least my melee builds that run Amnesia. That's a good Banshee. Because you may as well do it. Just stack the fire puddle under them, too. Just, like, make sure you're positioning the fire in a way that they go through it, because it hurts them. Like, free damage. Hyperia's the only manufacturer that gets a 40% bleed. Skulldugger pistols can get it. You can get it on a Rapscallion. Hyperia's SMGs can get it. I've not double-checked the other manufacturers since we found out that Hyperia's can do it. But those are the confirmed ones. The Cursed Kobold. Yeah, Kobolds can get it because of a parts weirdness thing. Spriggans can get it. And it doesn't look cursed on a Spriggan. Well, it does kind of look cursed on a Spriggan. Because it's two overlapping barrel accessories that are the same exact thing. So it looks like a botched save edit. But no, it just rolls this. Hey, Mr. Adblock, how you doing? Think Dahlia? Well, let's hit the SMG bunny and find out. Not tried melee build looks like fun. There's lots of cool melee builds you can do in this game. This game has the most well fleshed out and successful melee system of any Lands game they've done. If you liked melee even a little bit in any of the Borderlands games, it's just better in this game. Melee is actually just the strongest thing in this game, too. Now, dots have a higher potential damage ceiling, but melee will kill most targets before that ever becomes relevant. Chance to go for melee contact or 30% damage against bosses? Either. Depends on what you have elsewhere in your formula. There's cases for either one, and depends on the playstyle of your build. If you're running a melee build where you're swinging your melee weapon a lot, then consec is very easy to keep stacked up. But if you're using a slow weapon, then it'll take longer for that to get to that point. Like, let's say you're using a Banshee. Consec might not be that good, because look how long it takes to swing 5 times. Consec on a pickaxe is very fast, so, like, that's fine. That could influence your decision-making. Love melee in this game? Yeah, Tom Nasty, it's so good. You two bayonets and snipers for long stabby gun. That'd be fun. Gun builds are the only ones I've never actually tried. Gun builds are, depending on how you quantify types of builds, either second or third weakest in this game. The only things weaker than gun builds from an archetype standpoint are ability damage focus builds that do not involve double dips. So that is Dire Sacrifice, Feral Surge, Blizzard, Barrage, those. And then also weaker than guns, things that are damage source companion. Now that is not all things that are companions, that is things that are damage source companion, meaning the class feats, meaning the Demi-Lich, the Mushroom, and the Wyvern. There are other things that are companions that don't have the problem as companion builds, but... So Smithies is melee. How we doing? Doing okay, Mr. Adblock. Little, busy lately, but doing okay. Could definitely be worse. Miko's Clawstalker, Frostshiver, Bladecaller in that order. Those are all fun multi-classes that I play. I think Frostshiver is probably just the champion of this game. Like, if you had to crown one multi-class as like, alright, what does the most things well? I think it's Frostshiver. There's a Cryospriggan. I might prefer having this on a cryo. Actually, well, the dark magic one, I can do this. That is an advantage of having the dark magic one. You can self damage to turn on amnesia in a pinch. Looking to see if Nightshades can get it as well. I doubt they can. But I may as well hit the bunny anyway. This is 20% Nightshade. Another 40% Spriggan. Show you this stuff we were doing. I asked him to send me a save, and he did. I haven't had the time to check that out yet. You know, I'm not seeing... Obviously, this is a small sample size. But I'm not seeing huge blades. Like, I see a 20 once in a while on a Dahlia. And 15 once in a while on a Furior. I haven't seen 40. It might be possible. You know, can't ever be sure with this part set with a small sample size. Like, did you guys know that snipers can get up to 33% and a crossbow barrel? Which is the highest combination for crit multipliers. You can get up to 40 something percent without a crossbow barrel. But crossbow barrel has its own crit mult, so you want to go that route. Would have thought Sabo would be the go-to secondary. I was pretty confident that Sabo would be one of the more common secondaries before launch, but we're in this weird place, Moveface, where people did the same thing to From the Shadows that they did to Fade Away without acknowledging that From the Shadows was just a better Fade Away, where they downplayed it before launch. They're like, yeah, this isn't as good. Like, but why do you think that, though? They're like, but damage penalty. I'm like, but everything crits, though. People downplayed From the Shadows a lot. Now, it flipped on its head post-launch, where people accepted that From the Shadows is amazing, but then they also tried to say that the rest of Stabomancer is amazing. It's not. Stabomancer outside of From the Shadows, and then, like, Alchemical Agent Contagion, is situational at best. Like, it's enough to justify its presence if you're doing this, but look at any Stabo build that does not require Contagion or Alchemical Agent for the build archetype. It's most likely an 8-point build, which is, 3, 2, and then 3. Most non-dot Stabo builds just put 8 points, because the tree sucks, but the action skills are great, and From the Shadows in particular is probably the strongest in the game. But it just goes to show that getting... Like, on paper, things can perform a lot differently than they do in practice, and then that shifts even more with focused testing and theory crafting and digging into game files and stuff like that. Like, Clawbringer was downplayed a lot, Stabomancer was downplayed a lot. Spellshot was not hyped enough. It was hyped, but I don't think people really grasped the difference between, say, spell weaving and the other class feats until a while in. I guess I shouldn't pass that up. But let me do a thing real quick. I gotta fix something. Morning, Urban Mac. Morning, Ember. How you doing? Woke up 2 hours ago and went 5 more minutes too many times. Here we are. I'm not playing Giga Quag right now. Just need to fix the thing. Okay, there we go. Nice T-pose, my guy. Wouldn't have hyped up Spellshot too much on launch either till we learned about Magic Bullets being card boost. Well, you would have been wrong. Good. Sorry, you just would have been wrong. Like, big number has value when it's on a tree that doesn't lose out on anything significant from just being, hi, I have big number everywhere. Like, big number, even if you assume Magic Bullets works as it does now, it's still the most gun damage in a tree. On the character that also can have the most spell damage. On the character that also has an abundance of reload speed. On the character that doesn't have to gear towards spell crit chance to have guaranteed spell crits. On a character that also has spell and action skill cooldown in tree. On a character that also has multiple bonus elements. Even launch Double Knot, which didn't work how it does now, was still a bonus element. Like, it's still more damage. It was more like Stain of the Soul, where it was like, oh, this is fine, I guess, but Spellshot always has been insane. Also forgot Paradigm. I'm not even talking about with that, like, just without that stuff.
Enter if you dare. But seriously, you should dare.
Let's do another boss run. Why does Spellshot have action skill cooldown? Because Spellshot has an action skill that casts spells. People forget about Polymorph existing, but it does, and it's very good. Yeah, 1. Yeah, that's more than 0. Claw's 2 no cooldown. Claw does have cooldown though. Cooldown based on shields? Yes. Pure connoisseur. That's not the right gun. Yeah, that'll do it. Oh, and the dot was still on there. Do I go a Demon Blight? Like, that would solve my problem. If I go triple melee crit chance here and then a Demon Blight here, then I'm no longer in that situation where one of my or both of my rings are useless in From the Shadows. And the extra duration, the reason why I like duration passes on Demon Blight is because it lets your dots tick for longer during transitions. So bosses like Vorkanar, if you're fast, they'll just die as soon as their next phase starts. It happens on Vorkanar, it happens on Waster, it happens on Nightmare, it happens on Celissa, if you don't skip her phase entirely. It's a very nice way of making your bossing more efficient. So I think maybe I'll mess with that. Do some wizardry on the next run. Should I go Demon Blight? Does this ever know? Thing is, Demon Blight will do nothing for me when I don't crit. That's the problem. Come on, SpongeBob. You know, I big number, you big number, he, she, me, big number, big number, big numbering. We'll have big numberama, big numberology, the study of big number. It's first grade SpongeBob. You okay, Ember? So I never use because I only use hammer. And even when using hammer, there's a case for it. It's like how, you know how Amara stacked cooldown often, despite the fact that, like, each individual source of it was very small? Well, anywhere you could stack cooldown without a significant trade-off was still worth it because of how important just activating her action skill is. Hammer builds are the same way. The less you're throwing your hammer, the less your build is doing. The reason why Dreadwind is like 3 or 4 minutes faster than hammer throwing on the special event is because of all the downtime throughout the run. Despite the bosses themselves being way faster on hammer throw, Dreadwind makes up time throughout the run just by being able to use their action skill more. Thanks for explaining how to beat Waster today. Yesterday, I beat him no problem today, thanks. Hey, I'm glad it worked out for you, Jules. I'm glad it worked out. Love to hear it. Next thing, I'm min-maxing the polymorph build just to show it every time someone in Discord downplays poly. There's a lot of spells I want to test out on polymorph. Maybe that'll be content this week as well. Today's day 2 of no work, so I'm kind of thrilled. For Tread calling me at 7, fuck him. Miasma +3 off. Ooh, that is a find. That is a find. Make a list of spells synergistic with Poly. I mean, we got Blazing Calamities, Wicked Gossip, 500 damage point rider. 5 577 damage, White Rider. That's higher than this one. I'm keeping one slot for, like, the best White Rider rolls I can find. 577 is, like, Monka. Cube is good. Quaking Sunder, Frozen Orb, probably. Depends on how the targeting works on the Frozen Orbs, because I don't know if they've corrected this, but any Frozen Orb that was spawned through not your actual physical spell, the primary projectile of your cast spell would not track things. So, like, that could be a problem. I'm gonna try that Mirror spell from Redmore. Yeah, Curse of Malice. That's on the top of my list. Holy Spell Nade could be fun. Trickster's Ice Spikes. The thing with Trickster's Ice Spikes is they'll target nearby enemies, but it doesn't acknowledge walls. Like, it doesn't think about walls. That'd be the right way to put it. So it'll still just keep spamming an Ice Spike at a wall if there's one in the way. Not always a problem, but often is. That last big chunk was a contagion dot. You could tell when I'm having good contagion RNG if, like, big chunks just suddenly start going. Because that'll be an alchemical agent dot turning into a contagion dot, double dipping status formula. Dumb idea, Polyleather Cube or Saw Blade and Rot Shot to proc Swarm. I don't think that's a dumb idea at all. I think the gearing for that would be interesting, because you run the same problem with guns of, you know, stacking gun damage doesn't boost gun dots. So stacking spell damage isn't gonna help. So you'd want to get dot stuff, but, like, if you're running Spell Shot, then you have enough spell damage innately. You just run Demon Blights. Armor-wise, that's an interesting question. I guess it's Amnesia or Miasmic Mail. Unless Brutal Stampede, because you'd always have one from Swarm. You'd always have that one. And Brutal Stampede can roll Blight primary, spell secondary. Double cast Cube with some radius hits half the map. Yeah, it's really good. Cube also has an exceptionally good dot, and after they buffed it with DLC 3 patch, it's also got a really low cooldown, so you can actually cast it regularly alongside your Polymorph, which is something that people often don't account for with their Polymorph spells. Like, something like a Blazing Calamity, you can't cast often. Polymorph is your primary way of casting it. But a Cube, you can just continue to spam it. You convinced me. I've been on hiatus from Tiny Peanuts for a bit, cooling down on it and playing some other stuff, but I think I'm finally ready to dive back in and get character 100. Let's go, Jester. I've had a lot of games on my plate. I've been enjoying playing Back for Blood with friends. I've got other stuff that I'm doing. I've had an interest in doing some BL3 time trials stuff. Still playing a bunch of Cyberpunk. I want to get back into Godfall. There's just, like, a lot happening. New Tales coming out end of this week. Saw Blades is wonky pathing and hitboxes, but it ricochets. It ricochets off terrain and enemies. So if you're in a room with enclosed walls, saw blades will just hit everything anyway, and you could get radius the same way as cube. So saw blades can be consistent, provided it bounces favorably. How's Godfall? Godfall's great if you like build crafting with like if you like the gameplay of God of War 2018, but in like a looter gear progression system. Yeah, that. You'll like it. And also, it's got the best gear acquisition system of any looter I've ever played. Like, you've got multiple ways of getting almost every item in the game, and farming isn't painful in that game. It's definitely one of those things, if you're on the fence about it, wishlist it and look out for a sale. It goes on sale relatively often. But it's good value. Simplecast one's channeling might be wonky and was like, you killed the polymorph target too quick. That's a good shout. Doing simple for a polymorph instead of channel, because you won't get the channeling mult. So I think simple has a higher base damage than an uncharged channeling. That's a good shout. Still cloudburst, but simple. I did Grasshopper. I finally got my C50 Blight Collar dot build to C100 last night. Used Bog Totems. The only piece of gear I had to change is upgraded White Rider, upgraded Demon Blight. Otherwise, everything's the same. To be honest, and not too hard. Yeah. Blight Collar dot builds do so well that they functionally don't have a limit to how high they can scale, provided you have the right gear on. Like Stone Swan has taken several Blight Collar builds through Chaos 500 with mods enabling that in the game, but Chaos 500, which is not a reasonable amount of health. It's like you have to be hitting billions to see the health bars move. Billions with a B. How do you think they could do sorting loot better at bunnies? Having a loot filter like a lot of other current looters do. For example, Outriders and Godfall both have loot pickup filters. Also, the structure of this room, I'd always preferred the idea of if the bunnies had been on the inside and all facing outwards, so that way things don't vomit into the same piles, they all vomit into different piles. You'd still have clutter from one bunny eventually, but you wouldn't have a situation where, like, let's say I wanted to hit the Spell Bunny and the Amulet Bunny. If I'm hitting both of them, they just become the same pile. Those are things I would do differently. What's the stats in that Wire Rider? That's 476, okay. Been a while since I've done some oil and spice stuff. I do want to mess around with that a bit. Boggles the mind. Which part? The loot filter thing? C500. Ah. Yeah, there's a lot of mechanics in this game that, if you can bounce them successfully with another mechanic, then it's theoretically infinite damage. So if you're familiar with how Minesweeper chains on Moes work, where you have a thing that triggers itself, and that the new instance of damage is based in part off the old one. That's a double dip. We have a lot of double dips in this game. So the most common example for getting absurd damage on pretty much any build is if you have a Barbalode and you have two targets. Theoretically, as long as both targets keep crossbolts in them, it is possible for you to have an infinite Barbalode chain that will go until one of the targets is dead. It's theoretically possible. Now, Barbalode's not the only thing that does that. You can do that with Plague Storm, you can do that with, if your Echo has a bonus element that applies a dot, you can do that and just echo multiple targets over and over. Spirit Swarm can do that, but the thing is, the ones that aren't Barbalode need assistance. So it's Barbalode plus something else, generally. So if you have Barbalode and Spirit Swarm, what you can do is put a dot on one target, put crossbolts in that target, put crossbolts in another target. That dot will Barbalode to the other one. Now, if that Barbalode hit places a dot, then your Spirit Swarm respawns with the higher value. And then that Spirit Swarm, you would want to then trigger another Barbalode to apply another dot to make a new swarm. And that's the loop you want to get your damage. And then from there, you just keep applying dots to keep refreshing the timer of swarm. So you keep the big one for as long as you can. There's a few ways to go about that, but that's the most direct. And that is why I don't say straight up melee is the best thing in the game, because dots can do that. Melee on its own can't. But for something to have the amount of health that tech becomes relevant over just hitting it in the face and killing with melee, nothing in the game has that much health without modding currently. So melee is the practical best, whereas dots are the theoretical best. Beat Redmore? Nice. Gotta go now, later. Take it easy, son. Still looking for a Love Struck Bow, 2 charges, 5 bolts from my blade collar. Bolt Lash is good for that as well, if you gotta settle for that. Bolt Lash technically has better uptime. Okay. After C100, give players the ability to only bump up health and damage without getting more anything. Thing is, with that, people would have all the same complaints. I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I'm saying look at what happened with C100, where there's still people belly aching about, oh, it sucks that this exists, no one asked for it, despite the fact that A, it's elective difficulty, you don't have to do it, and B, people literally did ask for it. Hi, it's me, I'm people. Uncapped Chaos has been a popular request the entirety of this game's lifespan, because Uncapped Mayhem was a popular request during Borderlands 3's life cycle 2 years ago. So for at least 2 years, people have been asking for exactly that. What's the Divergent? A very mediocre Furior shotgun. Happy with the sell everything on the floor button in the bunny room. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, I was gonna mess with the Demon Blight, forgot about it. Should be okay without. Before you're a streamer, you don't count. But lots of streamers have been doing it too. Off the top of my head, other creators who have asked for Uncapped Mayhem and or Uncapped Chaos, you have, other than me, Lazy Data, of course, Bad Karma, Holo Gaming, Ancient Rune, Stone Swan. That's a handful of people. and something to keep in mind is each of those people also has an audience. So, generally, the audiences of creators reflect their desires. On a protagonizer with attunement and crit. Attunement. I don't know what you mean by that. So wonder about the logistics being able to jump while Dreadwind. So the there's a voice line about dance lessons paying off when you use Dreadwind. So the reason why the Berserker can Dreadwind is because they can dance. It's weaponized ballet. Morning, Jamlot. How you doing? Dan Zerker confirmed. Yo, y'all wanna, like, get in here so I can... Thank you. They're hanging out outside the circle. A little toxic. It's fine. I see what you're doing there, and I like it. Like how you're using a lot of attunement for more Pog Totems. Yeah, I was just confused about what you were saying was on your protagonizer, because they all give the crit stats based on attunement. That is what the item does. That part doesn't change. Never seen the item? Yeah, it's from DLC 3. It's actually one of my favorites. It's just hard to make use of because most things that are damage source ability just aren't good. You'd be looking at something that's damage source ability that can crit that isn't terrible. And even then, keep in mind, things that are damage source ability that can crit have a very low overall crit chance. So you're pretty much looking at, it's an option if you absolutely really wanted to force Barrage to work. It works on Play the Angles, it works on Geist in the Shell, works on Plague Storm. That's like it. Because Blast Gas, Blast Chill, Spore Fuse all cannot crit. Dire Sacrifice, you're more likely to want to just get the consistent boost of having a Harbinger for more shield capacity to turn into more health with unarmored defense. Feral Surge sucks. Blizzard sucks. It's relevant to Bog Totem, but the thing is, with Bog Totem, you're also more likely to just want a Theurge instead, so you can have more totems out at once more consistently. So it's tough to apply the protagonizer, but I do like it as an item. Just reread it? Yeah. It's only ability stuff. Regen Orcan's ability would be so much better if it was that. That'd be really good. Because it sucks in the action skill too, based Sora. Protagonizer looks nice on paper, always felt like it was a trap. It's because the low value of ability crit stuff in general. If it was like anything other than ability crit stuff, it'd be real good. Like, if it had been spell crit chance and damage based on intelligence, it would have been a very cleanly best in slot item for spell builds, for example. If it had been melee based on strength, that would have also been just best in slot. I took too many curses. Oh well. Guess I'm dealing with nasty spell. Melee based on strength sounds busted, it really does. Yeah, think about the logistics of that. Do more damage based on how much extra damage you have. Like, hang on. So I'm tempted to restart this run and do it again, just not take curses after Anarchy. Or go the other curse route and get crit con. Getting crit con would be better than getting trust and magic. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna do that. Melee based on Constitution? I like that. That would force people to acknowledge the value of Constitution. Scrolling, scrolling, scrolling. Is this even the right save? I finally got my Frost Shiver to C100 last night. I think I'm going to switch second class to Claw and try out some Hammer now. Sounds cool. Rip Crystals? I'm not worried about it. Your chunky butt gets speed and use your master ram at enemies. I also call that melee, question mark? Enemy seems still good? No. It has minor utility uses on Blightcaller, but it's... no. Animation has not been relevant since Contagion was changed. Also, my Isaac's better anyway. Yeah. Kind of. For when it worked in a way that... when Contagion worked differently, it was debatable. But now, yes. Raising that weapon with a melee build. 40% melee damage.
Choose, Fate Maker.
Forgot about the 2K bunny thing? Yeah, Chester. The fresh C0 to so far C40, boy, the skips are nice. Curses on those divisible by 5 runs are not the best. I think that's designed to make you re-gear occasionally. Because, like, brute forcing all the way up without already being pre-geared or re-gearing is, like, you gotta at least have some tactical know-how. Which is why, one of the many reasons why I think having a multi-tiered skip system like this is better than allowing people to jump straight to the end. Because you still have to know what's what. Yeah, I'll go the crit con route. As much as I'm gonna miss having trust and magic, like, the Banshee kill is probably gonna be different. Because I'm gonna get to Banshee before I get crit con, I think. So I will have to be more careful. Tips for surviving amnesia. Get tanky. It's that simple. Get tanky. So, like, if you're not invested in Constitution, change that. Currently, this spec is not max Constitution, but it is my third priority stat. Now, I don't even have status damage on this. This is an alchemical build that is not taking status damage because I deemed Constitution more important. I might change that up with how I've re-geared, and I'm not going for full crit chance at the moment. But yeah, like, yeah. Is that what I want to do? Yes. The more HP you have, the more percentage-based HP stuff heals you. So, percentage of missing health from unyielding, and then when you're enraged, it also gives you percentage of max health. The amount you're getting goes up the more HP you have. Not proportionally, but you get more. Amnesia's damage is based on your formula, so it will be an amount that you can determine. So having more healing makes that less detrimental. Having more Constitution makes your ward bigger as well, and Amnesia does not do that much damage to wards, provided you have enough ward buffer. Having sources of healing, such as the Desperate Enchant, such as Body Rune Heal, such as you can get a healing passive on Armor Roll as well. Just be tankier. That's how you deal with Amnesia. Amped up helps, yeah. Amped up, Wraith Mail, Mage Armor, Harbinger. If you Amnesia IRL, seek a medical professional, if you remember. Corrupted Plate Mail, focus on status effects, free chunk of dark matter is pretty good IMO. No, it's just less damage. You're just lowering your damage. And Exploit the Weakness was not actually changed to do what they said it was. It still will fully stack based on even using only one element. So, you're getting nothing out of using the Plate Mail. It is just lowering your damage. And the 50% ability crit chance passive ruins your armor. Sad. Let's go, Evelyn. Been away from the game for a while. It seems like Melee's the thing, or Gun Build's just worse, or Melee just more fun. It's a bit of both. Melee has much higher damage potential. But is also just attached to a more engaging sphere of gameplay. Melee builds tend to be tankier as well, so they're both easier and harder to play. Positioning is more of a concern. You do need a little more game knowledge to make some melee-associated mechanics work, but, like, it's fun. But it would not be a stretch to say Melee is the strongest thing in the game, in terms of practical strength. Gotta aim with guns, that too, yeah. The ideal armor for Salve Light Collar, focus on a melee and status effect though. Amnesia would be good, Miasmic Mail would be good. I would personally not say Mosquito. Reason for that being, if you're doing a Spirit Swarm setup, Spirit Swarm can't crit, so Spirit Swarm can't ever Mosquito. Something to keep in mind. Short end of the stick, since I also stuck to guns for the longest time. Now, it's not that guns aren't viable. Guns are viable. They're just towards the weaker end of what is possible. So, like, if you're familiar with Borderlands 3, for example, Amara is the weakest character in that game. But she's still way stronger than the game requires for any content. Stone Swan was doing some damage testing with just, you know, action skill stuff on Amara, and he hit a quadrillion last night. A quadrillion damage. Still the weakest character in that game. That does not mean weak. So, guns are weaker than melee, weaker than dots, weaker than spells, but are not weak. On a search for Miasmic Mail, no idea what it does though. More dot damage. Hey, Don, thank you for the Prime for the 25 months with the 25 streak. Over 2 years. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Should probably go clean it. Ah, you gotta keep the aroma. It's crazy how many of my builds have ended up doing the one Demon Blight approach, because the dot duration is just addictive. Like, having that extra duration on alchemical and contagion dots is...
25-month streak. I should probably go clean it, Quag leave.
Like, the Vorkanar kill will look pretty good, assuming this goes properly. Damage potential in BL3 is also interesting. You can proportionally squeeze way more damage out of this game. Now, the peak of, you know, what you can hit in BL3 is more apparent, I guess would be the word I would use, but, like, proportionally characters are even stronger in this game. Fuck, I did it again. What did I take wrong? I'm taking the wrong curse route for some reason. What do I have? I keep autopiloting. I need to take the other one, not party time. That's where I'm messing up. I keep taking party time instead of whatever the other one is. Alright, yeah. Try this again. I wasn't wearing Demon Blight the whole time, so. Oops, I did it again. It's like when you're going to do a maker run and you keep missing one of the bosses, you keep having to replay. But I don't mind, because this is good actionable knowledge. Ooh, was that an Ironsides? Hang on. Love this gun. It's got a fun ricochet. 25-month streak was my nickname in high school. Uh-oh. I'm gonna roll this. If I get the conditional enchant, I'll take it. But if I don't, then I won't. Oh, well, I got it. So, the more I'm re-gearing this, the more crit chance I'm losing. I don't have much wisdom here. Hey Glenny, how you doing? You can see Shell Casing Ring kicked in here. You know, I don't know if you're still here, Moveface, but it kicked in. It's probably that it doesn't turn back off. Let's see, so 63.9, Yeah, it just doesn't go back down. That's what it is. So your stat screen will register increases in your crit chance properly. It will not register decreases properly, weirdly.
Think you can make it?
Good, how are you? Surviving. Surviving. Forgot where Demon Blade drops from DLC 4.
As always, good triumphs over evil. Or was it lawful over chaos? Untouchable!
Okay. Break it up. Not party time. Specific week? The first one. Hope everyone's having a splendid day. I hope you are as well, Stump. Did you poop in a toilet? I suppose a hole in the woods. Stump was celebrating kid pooping in the toilet yesterday. Demon Blights make dot builds relatively easy to gear. Yeah, especially when you're running them for the purpose I am here. I don't care which elements I get here. I just want duration. So any duration passives. Because Alchemical and Contagion both roll random elements. So I don't care which ones. Just whatever.
Arcane armor! Dizzying righteousness! I feel magical! Just has been served.
Did poop in the toilet? Definitely not the litter box. Nope, not there. I pee in the litter box one time and I never live it down. A slow room. Wait, no, so if I take party time here, then what's the next one? Now we're just figuring out which curses... Like, I forgot the proper curse route to get to CritCon here. Now it's just science. Shattering Spectre Glass. That is DLC 4. Fucking sinks, it's okay, the curse without urination hose. Suboptimal equipment, I'll tell you what. Hey, Stone Swan, how you doing? Alright, this one's Watch Your Step. I really need to put down these curse choices in the spreadsheet, but I keep forgetting. And at this point, it's probably not worth it, since the run's only around for like a couple more days. Doesn't loot from each different PLC go each week to complete each boss? Yes. Demon Blight is week 1. The majority of the loot in mirrors 2 through 4 is available week 1. Each subsequent week adds one more item. I think for DLC 2 it might actually be 2 items for one of the weeks, but... And for 1, it's just all available after week 1. "17.5-second cooldown on a reviver is a lot better than its normal cooldown. Okay, this one's Anarchy or Toothless. What's the next one?
My conscience is clean.
You know, without me doing the stack and crit chance thing, the novelty of this probably gives way to me just using a more optimally rolled Banshee. Like, I can go for this one. And just do more damage. Alright, this one's out and about our nasty spell. Okay, so Curse Root. I'll try Room 1 Trust and Magic. It was Nullify or Roguelite for this one. This one was Party Time or Nasty Spill. This one was Watch Your Step or something shitty. Toothless. Actually pulling up the spreadsheet.
Rise from your grave.
Okay. Hey Festus, how you doing? Hey Popty. Popped in to leave a lure before I got my hair cut short. Ooh, nice. I should cut my hair. It's starting to get long again and I'm like, eh. Haven't played since Mosquito Balance. Got a new job last time. Mosquito's still good. There are better options to farm, building fire, gun damage, claw blight. So, I'm gonna be honest, I hate this question. Reason being, why is the assumption that something getting balanced means it's no longer good? Like, that's the conclusion that people come to constantly because no one pushes back on that, and I've decided I'll be the bad guy and just push back on it. Why is that the assumption? Example. Livewire was nerfed in almost exactly the same way they nerfed the Mosquito. Still extremely good, still used very often. Contagion was nerfed, one of the best skills in the game, still. Spellblade was nerfed, it's still one of the highest swing DPS weapons in the game. Caustic Hilt was nerfed, still one of the best damage hilts in the game. Ruby's Spite was nerfed, still one of the fastest clearing things in the game. Like, really haven't heard anything nor played in time, long time, completely disconnected, just asking. Yeah, I plan on working my way around to the answer. It's just, you presented a good opportunity for me to bring that topic up. I'd like for all of us to stop thinking from the perspective of, this thing got adjusted, so I have to switch gear. No. Especially in a game where each item does a different thing of value. For example, Mosquito, even if they had made it do 0 damage, which they didn't do, it is the only armor in the game that gives you cooldown. That alone is valuable. But building on that, Mosquito went from being a replacement for having a competent build, to it enhances an existing build with a very good amount of damage. It is no longer busted OP, absolutely brainless level of nonsense. It is simply now very, very good. And I don't want my answer to come across as shaming you for your question. It just presented a good opportunity for me to highlight that issue. Because this has happened a few times. In fact, some people still have me blocked on Twitter for pointing out that if you got upset over a loss of 2% damage from a ring, you haven't used a calculator. Some people still have me blocked over that one. But, like, people get irrationally scared whenever anything is balanced before applying context. Hey, Higgy Brit, how you doing? An Undying Theurge of Honesty with 71.6% mag size. It's not my character. Do I still get the mag upgrade? Many thanks. Yeah, you do. You do. The only thing the class power stat affects is the stuff that shows when you highlight class power in your stat screen. So if you have Berserker power and you're a Berserker, you can highlight Berserker power and it'll tell you exactly what that boosts. In this case, it's bonus frost damage from Enrage. It's Dreadwind's base damage, it's Feral Surge's base damage, and it's Blast Chill's base damage. Class power is more or less relevant to different classes depending on what you're doing. For example, Spore power is kind of like not really useful because Play the Angles is still monstrously powerful without it. For a long time, Play the Angles didn't even get Spore power. That's how useless Spore power is. Barrage and Blizzard suck even with Spore power, so the only other thing it does is Mushroom HP and damage. You don't care about the Mushroom's damage. Mushroom HP is admittedly mildly useful, but that puts it lower on the spectrum. Whereas something like Spell Shot power is literally just spell weaving potency and polymorph duration, which is crazy. You get more spell damage and more action skill duration. Stabbo power is more crit chance, more Ghostblade damage, more from the shadows duration. So it's okay to still equip an item even if it has a class power bonus that isn't relevant to you. But yeah, you'll get the stats regardless. My case, chronic migraines, the weight of my hair is too much, causing me migraines, less hair equals less migraines. Massages sometimes be nice depending on the stylist. Some of them treat your head like a punching bag and go ham. Okay, so Mosquito does exactly what it says. More damage, go for Calamity instead. No. No, how did you get that from what I said? This is exactly the problem. No. I will repeat. Mosquito's Mantle is still extremely powerful. It is the only armor in the game that gives you cooldown, and it still gives you a very large amount of damage. Where in there did it sound like I said switch off of it? Calamity is not more damage than a Mosquito.
Enter if you dare.
If your build used a Mosquito before and it was good, guess what? A Mosquito is still good on your build now. Is that simple. Most balancing things in this game have not been, this item's dead, you don't use it anymore. Almost no items have been treated that way in LAN's history, to be honest, but in this game, I can only think of 2 that actually work out that way. The Sawmill and the Pandemicium. Like, that's it. Like, Livewire got nerfed, still amazing. Mosquito Mantle got nerfed, still amazing. Ruby Spike got nerfed, still amazing. Like, they don't kill items. They don't do that. Brief overview of which melee weapons to match well, which skills man choose, goes play pickaxe. Yeah, sure, Kirk. So something to keep in mind is if you're trying to build a certain action skill, look at the card and see what it keeps track of. Pandemicium got nerfed? No, Contagion got mechanically changed several months back to the point where it no longer triggers itself. Pandemicium was able to give you more consistent contagion ramping. But now that contagion only triggers once per dot, it doesn't help you do that. It'll just apply a weak dot, and that won't ramp. So indirectly, Pandemicium was affected. It was never itself touched. But circumstances around its use changed. Hey Gio, how you doing? They did kill Punchbot? I mean, they didn't. It needed to change some things around, but the build still works. Someone's Boston Sawmill? Yeah. Thought the whole damage thing was balanced. Mosquito doesn't say anything about damage in the card. It did damage for you before. It does damage for you now. The card doesn't say it does damage, but, you know, you were using it before because it did damage. It still does damage. So, melee weapons for different action skills. Dreadwind looks at your base. It takes the element of your melee weapon and it uses the crit stats. It does not look at the swing speed. So with Dreadwind, you want to have something that has a high base damage. Because normally, high base damage means slow swing speed. Banshee has the most damage you can have of any melee weapon, but it's got a very slow swing speed. With Dreadwind, that doesn't matter. With Ghostblade, though, Ghostblade looks at your base damage and your swing speed and your crit stats and your element. So everything about your melee weapon matters for Ghostblade, meaning you're juggling a lot of stats. You want something that has a decent base damage while also having good swing speed and a good crit profile and rolls the element you need it to. Pickaxe is just a great all-rounder. Not only does it have its own effect of giving you cooldown of both kinds and movement speed whenever you pick up money, but it also is the 3rd fastest swinging melee weapon in the game, behind Rage Handle and Twin Soul. And it's capable of getting tying for the highest crit chance. You can't get both the max swing speed and the max crit chance on the same roll, but you can obviously mix and match. And you can get very good crit damage on it, and it rolls in every element. So Pickaxe is very flexible. You can use it on Ghostblade, you could use it for something like Storm Dragon's Judgment and Cleansing Flames, which those 2 action skills do not check the damage of your melee weapon at all, and they don't check the element. They will check the crit stats. They don't check the swing speed either, obviously, but they will check your crit stats. So you want to prioritize the crit chance and crit damage stuff for the Clawbringer melee action skills. For Ghostblade, you need to look at everything, and for Dreadwind, you look at base damage. Executioner's Blade, you also look at base damage. Maced Wardu, you also look at base damage. Isn't Punchbot still one of the highest pure gun damage builds or something of that scale? You can still take Stab-O-Matic up to ridiculous degrees, and it's not a gun damage build, it's a melee damage build that comes from a gun. There's a distinction there. But Stab-O-Matic is still extremely powerful. The more I play this game, the more I love it. It's because it's a good game.
Come on, have some fun. A belly blow. Recharge. Defense up. Keep them coming.
Alright, so room 1 is break it up or trust magic. Okay. Marking that down. So these are fun. Yeah. Party time, Bulwark Buddies. Bulwark Buddies, party time, I should say. Take Bulwark Buddies. I have to say, I definitely see why you dislike Imelda so much. Build normally shreds most bosses super slow against her, even slower it is against Banshee. Yeah, and it's not because your damage is lacking, it's because you do not have opportunities to deliver that damage. That is why I'm so reluctant to play a melee build without Executioner's Blade. Because, for example, if you play a non-Exi Blade Dreadwind and you get Imelda, you're just not doing damage. You have to either Stab-O-Matic or switch to a gun build. Those are your only options. And that's just not what I'm signing up for when I'm playing melee. So, XC Blade is great against Imelda, Maker, Gloop. And then it's just kind of additional damage in your gameplay otherwise. Doing slow killing using Stab-O-Matic. Yeah, because the way you boost Stab-O-Matic is not the same way you boost conventional melee builds, rather. Despite it being melee damage, you still have to treat it like a gun build in some respects. Elemental Overflow Anarchy. I've got to get back in the habit of angling my Banshee. Because I wasn't using a Banshee for a while. Okay, watch your step, Frozen Vengeance. Take Frozen Vengeance. I think Watch Your Step is the crit con path, but I'm gonna take that anyway. One point I tried to deliver my damage to her via Plague Storm, but there are so few ads that I couldn't store up enough damage for the elemental bolts to do anything significant. I don't think the bolts even target her properly. At least not consistently. Like, on top of her being unreachable physically by most things, her hitboxes are also just kind of fucked. Wait, isn't this normally up here? Why is it down here now? It's different. She's also unreachable emotionally. Sorry, Roddy. Sorry, loading screen. You got no shot. Truly one of the bosses of all time. Was there a time where the Broadsword was on your radar for Dreadwind? I don't know if Broadsword was. Greatsword, yeah. For most of the stream, I was using a Greatsword. Only, like, last run did I switch back to Banshee. Greatswords can roll a higher crit chance than Banshees can. By 1%. So if you're doing a crit chance stacking build, then Greatsword can sometimes be better. Alright, Toothless party time. Yeah, I think I have to take... I think I have to take Watch Your Step to get the correct curse route, but let's see. Hey Whisper, how you doing? Question is worth buying? What answer are you expecting? Out of curiosity. Humor me here. I get that question sometimes, and I've never asked directly, what answer are you expecting? Probably yes. I would say yes. This is the main game that I stream. I have about 1,600 hours on it. And I enjoy the gameplay and build crafting a lot, so I'd say absolutely. But that's subjective. It's gonna depend on what you as an individual like. Like, what do you want out of the game, really? What do you expect out of the game? Okay, outdone about nasty spell if we go this route. So... gotta take Watch Your Step on that one. So Curse 4, gotta take Watch Your Step. I know it might be annoying some of you that I'm resetting the same run a bunch of times, but this is gonna be important information, because provided schedules still hold up, the plan is to do Max Crystal's co-op run of this on Wednesday. And I think if we properly route this, we might be able to break 250k crystals per person. 250,000. So I'm excited for that, but it's going to require some rooting. How you doing, Noob Doggy Dog? How you doing, Booth? $250k crystals the armor, but he may give 1 to 2 god roll armors. Honestly, might. Alright, so... try Trust and Magic here. Different combinations of curses you take will alter the curses offered to you, but it is fixed. You just need to know which ones to take to get which outcome. I'm trying to get an outcome that has Trusted Magic and Crit Connoisseur. Not sure if it's possible, but, need to try different combinations. So I'm using a spreadsheet to mark down which ones I've tried. This is special? Yeah. Okay, Bulwark Buddies. Rage Handle seems fun. Rage Handle's cool. It's the fastest potential swing speed in the game. Unfortunately, because of that, it's also buggy. And it does not have a great crit damage stat. So your damage output might be a little bit more of a ramp than you're expecting. It's definitely good, it's just not to my personal taste. It's one of those things, the more melee theory crafting we do, the less practical it seems. Okay, I took Anarchy. Now the next one I have to take Watcher's Step. And then I think that'll give me the correct route. Oopsie. Bad time to look away. Watch your step. Run to the bathroom after the next room, too, I think. Coffee. Hi, Senna. How are you? Yeah, it's up top this time. You jump here to make sure it doesn't hit the lip there and pop. That's a sentence. That is a very nice thing about having a dark magic Spriggan. On-demand self-damage. Alright, what do we got here? Roguelite Magma Breach. Okay. Alright, BRB. Okay, me back. Got a new toilet installed the other day, and the sound still it terrifies me. I don't like change. A volatile Smithy Zyre with ASA 35% elemental damage. Nice. Be a bit hard to take advantage of depending on your choice of action skill, but still a good roll. Yeah, Dreadwind is great at taking out the immunity buddies. So, Bulwark buddies isn't a big deal on this, because Dreadwind just kind of hits in an area and hits 4 times per second, so... Also, one Banshee hit takes out the Bulwark, so it's like, whatever. Okay, Buff Buddies, Frozen Vengeance. Take Buff Buddies. I was talking toilets, I wish. And we out-healed that barrel for a bit.
Did you really think I would stay down? This I swear, you will hold this day.
see what this curse is. Pretty sure I forgot this quartz on my 102k crystal run. There are like 4 or 5 quartz that I just completely forgot, and I missed like 7 bonus objectives. So I think solo 120k crystals totally possible. Which is why I think co-op 250k a player is possible. Because they did a couple increases to enemy density, but enemy density has always been asymmetrical versus player count, but they did one increase that was only to co-op. So with you killing more enemies, that means more crystals drop. So you should be getting more than double. Additionally, with more players, that tends to skew in the direction of more player power than more enemy difficulty, meaning you can take harder curses, you can get more crystal modifier that way as well. So it should work out to, a little more than double. Okay, crit connoisseur. This is the crit connoisseur route. I believe the next one is stay back. That's not a damage down for this build. Like, that's not a deal breaker. That just keeps my amnesia on. But I think I'll pass for now. Ericonium, Dreadwind build today? Yeah, Dreadwind today. Trying out a bunch of stuff while also, routing out the super run. Not doing all of my routing work. Some of it's going to be like, I'm going to throw it on C0 and run through and test more of the curse layout, but I also need to see if Break It Up gets you to crit con as well. It should, if I remember correctly. That's technically more crystals. But Trust in Magic gives me an easier Banshee fight, because it makes me tankier, so I can just spin on her for longer with doing less setup, and that's potentially faster. Also, Trust in Magic has saved me from barrels multiple times so far. Those curse paths, sorry, I'm making notes. Nothing to be sorry about, I'll read it off. Trust in Magic, Bulwark Buddies, Anarchy, Watch Your Step, Magma Breach, Buff Buddies, Crit Connoisseur. So, with this route, you get Crit Connoisseur on your 7th curse? Or no, not 7th, yeah, 7th. Your 7th curse, and it's your 8th room. Because I'm running crit con, now my crit chance is more important. Okay, let me change that for that. That should help. It's a good pickaxe. Hey, shell casing. The ability crit damage is wasted there, but it was trying. Take that for funsies. Really hope that there are more of these gig runs in the future. It's loads of fun. I would love if they just made one permanent. Like, you could rotate it out every once in a while, but I always want access to having one. Because it's such a good way of testing builds and showcasing builds. Oh, thanks, Contagion. Imagine an endless chaos run. Every time you defeat a boss, you can choose to either go to the treasure room or continue the run. Additional option to raid boss. Boss will get very funny if you constantly take butt styling portals. They'd have to make, like, it end if you choose to do the raid bosses. Because you only get the loot room or the raid boss at the end. So yeah, if they gave you an off-ramp just at any time of your choosing beyond a certain point, that'd be cool. Just see how many rooms you could do. Cash out when you think you're about to lose it all. It's like, you'd eventually have every curse. You'd eventually be at the point where butt stallion buffs are just what keeps you going. Like, how high can I get this skill? And I think that'd be funny. Another good thing about Magma Breach for this this curse route is that I can use it to turn on Amnesia. Trying to get to C75 before running the Giga Run, so I can't get less than Primordial Gear. Keep in mind, it's going away in 2 days. Optimal Castle is farming around C80. I'd say it'd be in the 75 to 80 range, yeah. 75, as Roddy just outlined, is where Volatile is no longer in the pool anymore. So from there, you're just increasing your chances of Ascended, but also increasing enemy health. So technically, C75 is going to be optimal for most people. Beyond that point, builds do start to get filtered out by how much damage they have. Like gun builds, 75 is where they start to feel like, oh, okay, maybe this is enough for me. But obviously, if you're something like a melee build where you have an abundance of damage, or a Spirit Swarm build, then you're chilling, and you can afford to farm on the higher ones. Provided you have the gear. Was butt styling boosted for me? Got into an Icebreaker, got into an Instinct. Ooh, that swap speed's juicy. 69 is good for the memes. Yeah, 80 is where you are at 60-40. I don't have a gun suited to doing this. I guess this is where I use this. Awkward. It's too inaccurate. And I have anarchy as well. Shit, I should use something actually, like, precise. I guess I use this White Rider for that, huh? Hypebot gets it. Cat. Roughly the same as C100. Any of the others, only issue I have bosses sometimes, and the harder enemies like trolls. That sounded like you're not doing roughly the same then, you know?
Did you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Are you really so eager for destruction?
There's some builds that I've made that I would absolutely not take to C100, because they just wouldn't cut it. I would have to go back to the drawing board and rehash some concepts. And I think that's a good thing. Because part of difficulty, ascending difficulty, is having to make better choices. There is a school of thought out there that suggests that increasing enemy HP is not difficulty, but that's just not true. That's not true. Requiring more DPS is a way of getting people to make better choices. It's that simple. Like Barrage? Yeah, Barrage is one that I would absolutely not take up anymore. Dire Sacrifice is super questionable. Any hope Feral Surge had does not hold up at C100. I actually did try a Wyvern build and it was horrible. There's some things that simply aren't going to have the power to make it. And that's okay. Because if you want to play those builds, you can play them at the difficulty levels where they do still function.
I feel magical.
+2 to Contagion, oof. I stood still for a little too much Magma Breach there. Love that you can zip around trolls like that with Dreadwind. It's so satisfying. Like, he couldn't hit me because I was just moving too fast. That's 3 old ways, nice. I guess now I can... That was a bulwark buddy and a buff buddy on that one shark. Really wanted me dead. Still prefer doing 200 for the difficulty aspect. And if that's where you're comfortable, then absolutely. That's the whole thing with this difficulty system. It allows you to choose to your preference. If your preference is C100, then by all means.
Archer's Bay!
Almost didn't get that one. Just savagery that time. Maybe anecdotal, I feel like I saw more gold enemies, higher castle, I saw at least 5 between C90, C100. I remember seeing a lot back at C20. I don't know if there's a connection. There very well might be, but yeah, I'm not certain. Okay, who's there running circles around you? Cold snap that time. I also want to highlight I'm using an empowering sigil, which is something that was suggested to me for a long time for Dreadwind, but the reason why I didn't do it until recently is because before, time to kill was too fast to warrant that. With now that enemies take longer to kill, I'm more likely to cancel my Dreadwind to have it available for a short burst on another enemy. And things are just living longer in general. Empowering sigil makes more sense. Because freezing enemies to get that huge melee multiplier, plus more out of Icebreaker, is more necessary because they have more HP. I've gotten so bad at making that jump. So I just gotta use that spot. Plus 2 unyielding. Ooh, that's gonna make me tanky. Banshee, the reason why we take trust in magic. would be why. See, I kept moving with her while she was immune just to prove the point of why survivability is so good. It's like, I didn't have to stop. Just kept going. I was about to sound favorite work. Oh, and I got 21 out of 5 old ways. Amalgam already gave me 4 points in it. So, Butt Stallion will just randomly pick a skill that you have points invested into in your skill tree and boost that. Now, the amount it'll boost that skill is dependent on the skill itself. Like, if she chooses Blast Chill, she'll only get 1 point for that. But she can boost it multiple times if you get her to pick that multiple times. Some skills are excluded from her pool. For example, she can't boost capstones. But yeah, she'll just give you extra points in a skill randomly. And she'll only pick ones you have spec. So you can kind of, influence which ones she won't pick. Unarmored defense is another one that can't get boosted, yeah. But there's some very notable ones that can, like, Headhunter on Sport Warden getting boosted. It's actually quite a big deal. She can boost Blast Chill, Blast Gas, Double Knot, Magic Bullets, Geist in the Shell, Alchemical Agent. She can boost a lot of crazy stuff. Aw. Crazy if it did. Yeah, that'd be nuts.
My conscience is clean, villain.
You change your ward in this build, notice you only have 26k health. I'm using a body rune right now. I switch between Body Rune and Mace Wardu as the situation requires or as my mood changes. This is with Body Rune. If you want to be tankier in terms of raw buffer, Mace Wardu. But Body Rune also gives the bonus element and the heal. So, both are good. Rain of Arrows is such crazy damage. Personally, big fan of Static Charge and Barbarian. For some reason, gives me nearly double the health the Bronco Buster does. Well, I mean, look at the capacity. Bronco Buster has the lowest capacity in the game, and Static Charge has the highest. Unarmored Defense takes half of your ward and makes it health at a 1.5 ratio. So the more ward you have, the more health you have with unarmored defense. Static Charge gives you the most possible ward you can get. Should be a lot more than double. The reason why it's not double, Roddy, is because Bronco Buster gives you a massive health bonus. But that health bonus is not routed through the unarmored defense formula. Figured it was Body Rune did just get an Ascended One with capacity, all about trying to get the Dreadwind enchant now. I'm not running the Dreadwind enchant at the moment. Desperate is also very good, because if you don't run Duration Heavy, you're not gonna have that much benefit from the Dreadwind enchant. It'll still be more damage than Desperate gives you, but Desperate gives you healing, and you can't spin if you're dead. So this is also a good one to go for. Too much self-damage. Maybe the optimal stat stick for this is a low-level Spriggan. Oh no. That's cursed. That's so cursed. I had an idea. Because if I get a lower level one of these, then I can just apply dots to myself without real risk of death. Or without as much risk of death, I should say. The risk is still going to be there. Think I got it? Yeah, I think I got it. Okay. That's the feature that's there.
Let the magic begin.
Relentless rage moment.
Please before the light.
Game audio broke again, polymorphing. Unfortunate. Seems spikes from Mace Warder don't do health effects or anything. They don't, but they're melee. So, they do Alchemical Agent, they do Nimble Fingers. They go through that crit formula and so on. Have a lot of Nimble Fingers right now. Didn't get the Alchemical Agent boost. 8 Old Ways is nice. 7 Icebreakers. Chonky. Hey, Ploclon, how you doing? How many characters have cast 100? A lot. I know, like 7, 8, something like that. Why is it that every time I tune back into the stream you're embarrassing Vorkanar? It's my favorite pastime. Gloop first. Awkward. I can't take as many of those as I thought I could. Good to know. No, do the other attack. Do the other attack. Yeah, that one. Really? They decided to have no hitbox when I needed to revive off of them. Oh, that's so rude. Alright, I'll take the L there. I'll take the L there. That was just funny. And I am wearing the setup where I do have one ring purely for crit chance on right now, and that does nothing in From the Shadows, so that explains why my phase 1 damage there was
I return. Did anything evil happen in my absence?
Oh yeah, Livewire. Durr. We equip Livewire for this one. A lot of gear to manage. Because of the nature of this boss being not conventionally Dreadwindable. You see, there we go. That's what we want. Couldn't quite get a good angle for a lot of that. I think I'll just try to Exi-Blade you now. Oh, not working. Alright, fuck off. Slowest gloop ever. So for next run, I gotta remember to have the live wire on the whole time. I guess I equip the live wire there instead of the Queen's Cry. For like the whole run. Now that we got the curse route sorted, should be a lot less painful to get through this. Bark next. Alright, this will be fun. No, you stop backing away?
The wheels of justice turn and turn and turn and turn.
Ow. Wasn't prepared for that. Maybe the Demon Blade isn't the play, because with crit con, my damage is very dependent on hitting those crits at all. Maybe I do go back to, just double melee rings. That does seem like the play. This is good. This is instructional. Educational. Dreadwind does take more thought than certain other forms of melee because of how many different things you need to juggle. That's why I like it. That's why it's kind of a distinct thing from swing-based melee.
Energy sapped. Now that's right. Be gone, coward. Arcane armor. Devil's frenzy.
Also, I love the Barkenstein fight, so I really don't mind it taking longer. There we go. How you doing, Mannequin? Where's my magma breach? Oh, well, there it is. I was like, I need to take damage. The bunny's very straightforward. Okay, now Maker. I'm gonna switch to that. Yeah, we got Caustic. That'll be fine. Wonder if Magma Breach will let me trigger Amnesia in there. I'm to find out. Love feeding 2000 the bunny. Simple thing really makes a difference. It does. Why is this just so much better than, like, everything else against this boss? Salt and Battery is so gross. And this is slow for Salt and Battery. Because of the nature of how this build's set up. This is slow. Like, my damage could be way higher here. There's my Amnesia being on. So it didn't look like Agua Breach was doing the thing I was hoping it was doing. It was going to do, rather. Let me try the higher crit Banshee for the run, see how that goes. Wardu wouldn't do anything in here other than more HP, so I think that can stay as is. Yeah. Alright, I think this is the loadout. This was probably not a terribly fast run, considering how long we spent routing. But, yeah. 50 minutes. But still, that was a lot of curses. And no elites. I hit like one container. Only did 19 side objectives. Still 68,000. This is insanely profitable crystal-wise. It's kind of crazy, actually. Now that I have the curses root from this build, I can just apply that to other builds as well. Provided that Trust and Magic over Break It Up doesn't screw it up, and I don't think it does. I think we'll do a Stab-O-Matic build run. AKA Boris. Oh yeah, I'm hitting SMGs and armor. Comes the realization because my Barbarian's damage form was mega girthy with general damage was pretty much get away with running whatever I want on it. Not just melee, all with minimum tweaks. Yeah, that's one of the strengths of Berserker. You can just juggle a lot of things at once. And Blightcaller sort of assists that. Really hope they have plans to make enchanting a bit less painful. I don't mind feeding the bunnies constantly for an item I want when I enchant and get frustrated. I hope that in the next title, they don't do the waiting the way they did. Like, there's no waiting in favor of the class you're on in this game for enchants. It's weird. Whereas in BL3, you'd be more likely to get a character enchant for or character annoyant for the one you're on. That's not a thing here. I hope they go back to the old way. And also maybe have a little more forethought into the mechanics of some of the enchants annoyance they put in. Like, the Blizzard-specific one for 20% frost damage, why does that exist? It is just a massively worse version of not one, but two other enchants. It has no reason to exist. That kind of thing. Possible mod in waiting? Yes, that mod actually exists. Already been made. Laser hand get area damage? Yes. There's another 40% Spriggan, but Dark Magic again. All the 40% I've found, I haven't found a lightning one yet. Which is funny because the Rapscallion I found, the first one with 40% was lightning. Purely coincidental, but amusing. Hey, here's a kobold. With 40%. We got it. We're in the club. Totally rational part system. Anyway, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. BRB. Alright, be back. So yeah, instead of getting two of this blade like a Spriggan, it gets the Spriggan blade on the one that makes sense. So it just has that. Oh, this is Iron Sights though. It looks a lot cleaner. I don't have the self-damage tech, but it's Iron Sights. And it's the silly floaty blade. I'd be a barrel accessory and those a barrel to attach to. Magic. Literal magic. Duh. Hey Fen, good to see you. How you doing? I don't intend on sifting through all of these crystals, so I'm only gonna spend part of what I've got here. I'm not gonna get rid of that. Who am I kidding? Probably looks so silly what even causes that. Just, it's able to roll with this part that it probably shouldn't. Like, there should probably be an excluder to stop this barrel accessory from rolling with this barrel, but there isn't. So this is likely an oversight. Because basically, the way this part system works, they can set a flag to say that, hey, if this gun generates and has this barrel, you can't have this part. And most things have that. To stop this exact scenario. But this one just doesn't. And it's bound to happen. In a game with a part system this diverse, it's easy to miss things like this. That doesn't mean it's not still fucking funny. So I'm still gonna mess around with it, but yeah. Magnets, clearly. The same thing could happen with some Hyperion stuff in BL3. Less fantastically, perhaps, but for example, on a bunch of Hyperion shotguns, it was entirely possible to have your stock just floating, at which point it was like, oh yeah, magnets, like Random Number said. But yeah, you could have disconnected stocks and stuff. It was a thing. You can see it in a few places in this game, most notably, this with Hyperius SMGs. There's also, do I have a Stab-O-Matic on me? It doesn't have the right barrel, but there's a particular barrel of the Stab-O-Matic that you can get where the cover isn't attached to the barrel. So, it happens. Floating stocks weren't intentional. I mean, it's possible they were. It's based on this, it's also possible they weren't. Because I doubt this is intentional. It might be. We don't know. It might be, because magic. But we don't know. Ooh, status, chance, and damage here. The chance doesn't help, but the damage does. Maybe mess around with that for a little bit. Anything's possible in the Wonderlands. How you doing, green beans? It's like I thought your character model was going to be stuck in the middle of the screen again. Oh, could you imagine having that while using this weapon? And we're actually on Dreadwind right now? Oh, that'd be amazing. Yeah, you can also see through the back of the second blade, the floating one. If you look at it, it's got a hole. You can see through it. Yeah, hold it up to this light. Yeah. Okay, so let me look at my skill tree here. I don't need instinct as much now that I'm not juggling weapons so hard. So I could put those points back into old ways for more damage. Which would eat into my conditional category, which would justify me running the crit enchant here instead. That being a good thing. Or do I just go less cold snap? To optimize butt stallion. If I'm using a body rune, I don't need blood frenzy. Yeah, I think it's fine. I want to change up this though. I could give up some dexterity, or give up some constitution. I think I can safely give up some constitution here because I'm already, let's call it, independently tanky. So we'll actually just respec both. I know I said I'd do a Stab-O-Matic run. We're going to do that next. I just want to set this up in a way that I'm satisfied with. Shadow Step might still be worth taking here. I think it is. Because I can just trigger this and then have it ready for outside of my spin. Nimble Fingers isn't terribly useful. I could probably just go Swift Death here. But Nimble Fingers does let me Xe Blade a little bit faster. I'll stick with Nimble Fingers. Although, if I go for Swift Death, no Nimble Fingers. I think I like that better.
Justice is always in fashion.
Rip money from back-to-back respecs. Ugh. The Bolt Lash can apply bolts? Yes. Bolt Lash and Love Struck Bow are the spells that can apply bolts. Okay, now from here, question is, do I skip Instinct? I really like Instinct because of the pre-debuffing of Delusion, Tooth Raider, then Swinging. But it's fast enough, you can still do that even on characters without swap speed. I'm also not going to be reloading terribly often, so I think it's a better investment to go 3 Cold Snap, 1 Old Ways. If I'm wearing a body rune, I can skip Blood Frenzy. I want Relentless Rage. So I take 2 Old Ways. Okay. A little more optimized in terms of damage. Take that. I like that. 30% more of that. Three and a half ish. So I'm getting my dexterity to a point where with the crit enchant, I am at a theoretical 75%. Dreadwind ticks 4 times per enemy per second, which means that in theory, 3 of those 4 per enemy will be a critting, which is a good place to be. This leaves me enough that I could go into Constitution some. But I'm probably tanky enough. So I could just go more dexterity, because going more dex is also more crit chance for my sigil, which triggers Xe Blade, and more crit chance for my dots, not just my melee. So I think that's the play. Okay. Do some Stab-O-Matic stuff. Something weird happened yesterday to me. I was Belleville Tyrant's Truth, accidentally switched to random armor, picked up, switched back, companion spawned in, so I had my Demilich still was getting a bonus from Tyrant's Truth. It makes sense. We'll probably bypass the trigger for it to despawn it. Yeah. Tis a bug. Okay. So let's take this through the special event, and I'll try taking Break It Up instead of Trust in Magic for my curse route. And it should work out fine.
Good luck.
Try to get some fast boss kills with this. God damn it. Barreled myself. I knew I was gonna die as soon as that happened. Okay, dog. Since Stab-O-Matic is melee damage, does it mean it procs Blast Chill? No. Like month 2 of the game, they changed Blast Chill to only trigger from melee attacks, which is melee swings. So that it's not... Blast Chill is not on melee damage, it is on melee attacks. You have to do this to get Blast Chill. Nothing else will do it.
Think you can make it?
And that is a change they probably made because of things like the Stab-O-Matic. Stab-O-Matic did not exist on launch, and I don't think the game would take kindly to a potential of 14 to 28 blast chills per trigger pull. I think it would probably explode.
Have some fun.
So Snake Stick then? Snake Stick doesn't do it either. The Hydras don't, but me hitting with it itself, yeah. I break the game. It used to be on all melee damage, and we did get to enjoy Ghostblade doing Blast Chill, Snake Stick doing Blast Chill, and that was amusing. But the game is definitely healthier without that being a possibility, and it also has the effect of giving like melee attack-based melee a stronger identity, which is something that Borderlands 3 did not do well. If you look at Borderlands 3, the peak of melee, in 0 cases, is it actually swinging your like, hitting your melee button. It's throwing a grenade, using a shield nova, shooting a gun. In this game, the peak of melee is swinging your melee weapon. Dreadwind Spellblade Blast Chill build, though, easy. Use a build that isn't that. You can make decisions based on more than just big number. Or you can not. I mean, it's your choice. Big number, go burr. But big number go burr less than thoughtful action. I don't know, this gives me Nullify. Let's see how this cursor goes. Imply I have any brain cells left to work with. But you do. Thoughtful in this economy? Understandable. Melda twice in a row. Oof. That is not very cash money. Yeah, this is gonna get me to the curse set that I don't want. But we'll see at what point. How you doing, real common pickle? That's barely Tony K. Goodman. How are you? Damage numbers work differently depending on what your approach to damage is. So, like, you can run builds that have, like, the main damage source hits for 1,000,000. This isn't one of those. There's builds that hit for, you know, hundreds of millions. It's a little more complex than that. You not seeing those damage numbers doesn't necessarily mean your build isn't good, is the point I'm getting at. But I'm glad to hear you're well. I'm doing okay. We're doing a lot of experimental stuff today, sciencing, figuring out good curse routes to take to get the curses that increase your damage without impacting your gameplay that much on this run. And I'm probably gonna have to reset this run and go for an interesting route. Because I don't remember the way to get crit con and break it up. Don't kill me. Hello? Like, my spell here has a base of 355 damage. And in practice, it's not hitting for very much, but it's triggering other things that are more important. So damage numbers aren't everything. Around check now, obviously some interesting builds. Yeah, happy to show them off. Anarchy's really good for this, though. Okay, wait. So, Anarchy is more important for this build than CritCon. Do I just stop taking curses here? So that I don't risk getting ones that I don't want to deal with? I think maybe I do. This is gonna be an interesting run. See how this works out. Oh, the recoil gets pretty awful with Anarchy, though. Ugh. Too much fire rate. So it kicks a lot. That's quite awkward to manage. that bullet reflect hurts so bad. Oh, I completely forgot about Blast Shield change because I haven't took a long break from the game. Yeah, this was in like month 2, maybe month 3. It was relatively early on. Some enchantments help you hit bigger numbers, like for example, getting killed with spell increased melee damage. Enchantments are helpful. Individually, they're not very impactful for the most part. So like the difference of one enchant is not going to make or break your build. So it's not something to stress about super hard. There's more important aspects of your build. Now, collectively, having all the right enchants in all your slots does have a pretty big impact. But I'd say it's one of the lower priority things to worry about with your build. A big part of builds that people neglect is passives on armor and passives on rings, which are understandable bits to neglect because they are very RNG heavy, but those are some of the most important parts of your build because the numbers from them just get so large. That was a little slow because I didn't let him break my ward. I was having too much fun. Faithful Thrall still boosts global damage though, right? Yes. Snake Stick would be pretty OP, then Blast Shield's gotta actually matter the enemy to get the proc. No. I mean, not to the pretty OP part. Snake Stick is not gonna be any better with Blast Shield than any other weapon. And also, Faithful Thralls... I mean, Snake Stick Hydras have a cap of 3. So, 3 stacks is something. But there's other ways to get Hydras. I happen to be using it for the purpose of getting Hydras on this setup, but OP wouldn't be the right term. It's just one of many good options. Stabmatic looks goofy. Yeah, this is the part combo I was talking about, where the barrel isn't quite covered properly. Another case of Hyperius weapons looking weird. Like, see, this isn't connected, but this is a natural roll that it can get. This one I got as a drop on stream. Imperious moment. Just looks good on paper. Yeah, it is one of those things that, satisfying to think about the interconnected bits. I totally get you. Hey Rune, do you know offhand if there's a route that gets you, Crit Con and Anarchy without Trust and Magic? Barely put special event? Ah, okay. Because currently I have, Anarchy. But I think to get Anarchy and Crit Con, I have to go Trust and Magic. Which, makes me not want to do level 15 Curse Wit, if I'm being honest. It's weird they changed Blast Chill but not Blast Gas. Why would they not? What about Blast Gas would need to be changed, K-Dog? Blast Gas triggers from spell damage. So you cast spell, get Blast Gas. What needs to change? I don't understand. I mean, they have changed both skills at different points. Actually, in the same point. They fixed bugs with each of them. And they slightly adjusted, Blast Gasp downwards to compensate for a bug they fixed that was lowering its damage. It came out with more damage. You only need to change it if, say, a Spellblade procced it, but Spellblade never procced it. So. Not a thing. Attention span doesn't usually last that long. Relatable. Fear not, Pixie's still proccing like crazy. I think they should change the Pixies then, but... because there's... another spell thing that doesn't. For example, shooting someone with a Queen's Cry does not trigger Blast Gasp, despite it being spell damage. So Pixies are the odd one out there. Those should be changed. Those should be absolutely gutted and slammed into the fucking gutter. Blast Gasp itself just kinda didn't do anything wrong. Make Pharaoh search for our Blast Gasp for no reason? Yes. I'm down. Like to forget Pixies exist? Same, but relevant to this conversation. Amusing thought, though. I'm skeptical that a Pixie build can outclear Blender at C100. I'm skeptical. Because the Pixie build's just gonna run out of ammo. So it'll end up being slower, because it'll have to either stop to get the ammo back, or play in a way that has less damage to conserve the ammo. Like, they'd have to either die every room, or work in ShamY tech to the build, which is going to be a damage down and a time loss. Either way. And the boss kills are not going to be faster than Blender. At least most of them. Gloop would be faster, I guess. But all the others, no. Also, with the pixie issue you outlined, it's specifically only Fear Not pixies that do that. So, one of, like, the 7 kinds of gun pixies. I feel like melee build would be fast clear just with Livewire stuff. Well, the fastest doesn't use Livewire, so... At least not on bosses. It is for entirely other reasons. Livewire is equipped for lower HP mobs, but melee is the fastest clearing because melee is good. It's not because of any shenanigans. It's just melee's that good. It's just strong. And we're not talking any gimmick melee, we're talking hit melee button thing die. Best build in the game. Wild. Rarely use Livewire anymore and clear fast. Yeah, I'm more likely to hold a blade for the bonus to things like Xe Blade and my action skills. I like one-shotting stuff. One-shotting stuff is fun. How you doing, Broken English? Also comes at plus melee damage? Yeah. And those are generally used for the boss speed kills more. Faster, just go fast enough to break the time-speed continuum, become the universe. I don't want to become the universe. I don't want people in me. How you doing, Irish? Absolutely stellar, through the biggest show of my career on Saturday, still riding on high. Let's go. Love to hear the homies succeeding. I'm happy for you, Broken. That's great. What did I do Saturday? Nothing productive. I didn't even stream. I did absolutely nothing of value on Saturday, so you did enough for the both of us, and I'm proud of you. I'm proud of us for that. So there's a time off. I need to do more of that, to be honest. I'm gonna cry. What'd you do, Mugro? I want people in me, sure you don't. Watch the original It movies, worst 3 hours of my life, can't get back. You've made worse decisions. Get proud of people to take breaks and time off stuff. It's so hard to remember to do, and like, often you'll just hit a point where you're like, oh man, I just feel like shit all the time. I don't know why. It's like, maybe because your work-life balance is awful. Like, yeah. It's tough to be aware of. Also, Vigilance Sigils on 400 once. I'm using a Frostburn right now, K-Dog, which is the unique sigil that it's a combination Vigilant Rebuking. So you get 3 Hydras each cast and a Singularity, and it's also the only sigil that can get multiple charges. So if you're building in that vein, Frostburn is definitely something you want to stay aware of. Gun damage passive on armor be calculated in double knot formula? Yes. Was the worst decision. That time you had too many margaritas at like 11 a.m. and threw up and had to be taken care of. Or which time is probably the question there, but oh. Okay. That's actually problematic. Maybe I have enough ammo? Die anyway. She died. This close. We did it though. Throw not from the alcohol and nasty food. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Tactical death. Uh-huh. We get the ammo that way. I think. Maybe. I wasn't paying attention. I assume we did. I call this Boris the Stab-O-Matic build. So squishy with the Curse Witch strat. Like, the damage is great, but I almost want to just not do that. Like, it's way too much damage to willingly give up. That's the problem. But very squish. Oh, nasty food's leaving. Mexican French chef from Finland named Scott. I suppose I've not had Scott's food. So I guess I can't comment. Also, Finland isn't a real place. Typical Scott meal. Scott build one. If you sit down with Gearbox have an honest discussion where you'd like to see Wonderlands the next year, what would you say? What future content support you'd like to see? Key thing there, Grasshopper. That question is operating from the assumption that every game should have a, like, long-term content cycle, and not every game is going to. Like, are there things I want in this game? Yes, but there's things I want in every game, and that's not something you can ever put everything you want in every game. Like, I want more Borderlands 3 content. We got 2 years of Borderlands 3 content, 2 whole seasons, lots of free updates, constant patches and hotfixes, lots of community events, even into 2022. Like, and we all still want more. We're always going to want more. At some point, we are not going to get more. With Wonderlands, it's a smaller game. It is a entry into a new IP that is in between development cycles of their main thing being Borderlands. It is not Borderlands. It should not be treated like Borderlands. I do not see it as Borderlands. So I kind of have a different thought process on it. Now, that does open the can of worms of, like, should it maybe have been marketed slightly differently? Maybe. Maybe the price point could have been different. Maybe. I'm satisfied with it, is the thing. There are things I would like to see different. There are things I'd like to see improved, things I'd like to see added. But fundamentally, I see it as a whole different thing. I don't think there's a need for sit down, have a conversation. We're in crisis mode the way some other people do. I just don't see it that way. Hey, McBain, thanks for taking care of Stone Swan. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Maybe would like to see in the next year to happen. Bug fixes. I'd like to see them add more of the experimental featured runs that they've done. I'd like to see as permanent playlists. I'd like to see them address some of the boss hitbox issues, although I suppose that goes under bug fixes. I'd just like to see refinement, is the answer. In terms of things I'd like to see that I think are reasonable to expect and hope for. I am intentionally leaving things like, oh, I'd love to see, 20 new bosses and raids and, like, of course I'd like those things, but it's not happening, and it's not reasonable to even hope for. So, in the realm of things that I think are reasonable, bug fixes, UI refinements, more variety in chamber playlists, those things. I think having a dishonest discussion would be more interesting. How so, Jaybridge? Take Wonderlands 2 in 2 years over new content in this game, to be honest. Yeah, I'd probably go that way as well. And people aren't ready for my spiciest takes on that. Want Beyonce to give us music videos for new albums? She refuses. Yeah, just allude to spice your takes and not tell us? Alright, ready? I don't give one single shit about Borderlands 4. Give me Wonderlands 2. Not even 2 single ships, can't even muster the 1 single ship. Like, don't get me wrong, I'd play it, I'd enjoy it, I'd be hyped for it. If they announced it, I'd totally be on the hype train and stuff, but like, if I could ask for 1 right now, I know which way I'm going. The foundation of Wonderlands is better designed than the foundation of Borderlands. So, given the opportunity for them to improve and innovate on something they've made, I would rather they improve and innovate on the thing with more potential. And that's this. I think it's possible they'd bring some qualities of Wonderlands to BO4. Absolutely. I think Wonderlands and Borderlands are going to copy notes off each other in certain areas. For example, I think Borderlands is definitely going to take the cues of the melee design of Wonderlands. Or at least, I hope they do. Because Wonderlands melee is more successful than Borderlands melee ever was. I would hope that future Wonderlands stuff in turn take cues from Borderlands on having diversity in activities, because that's proven to be important to people. Wonderlands is a more focused game. It's more narrow. It's, hey, we're going to do this one thing, but we're going to do it very well. Chaos Chamber being that. And there's merit in that, but I think having, even doing it, you know, 10% less well, but having a second activity, I think would be more worth it to more people. Got a spicy one. I don't think Borderlands is a bad series. I'm just not 13 anymore. That's fair. Better take the formulas and actually saying what weapons do. What do you mean, take the formulas, Irish? That doesn't... Borderlands need to take Wonderlands balancing. I do think Wonderlands had better balance faster than any Borderlands title did. Like, it took BL3 a long time to get to a point where Wonderlands was balanced, like, a month in. A lot of people consider OG Mayhem 4 the golden age of Borderlands 3 balancing for a lot of things. Keep in mind that it did not reach that point where pretty much everything available at the time was well balanced until I want to say late March, early April, which was only about a month before Mayhem 2.0 came out. So if we assume March from September, 6 months into the game to have good balance. 6 months. Whereas Wonderlands took about a month before it was like, oh yeah, pretty much everything's good, enjoy. Wish my sigil would stop randomly blocking my projectiles. It's doing... Why is it doing it so much today? It's usually inconsistent, but today that's, like, consistent. Ugh. Gross. I think Borderlands can learn from Wonderlands the fact once you beat DLC, you can get DLC gear anywhere. Yeah, I like that a lot as well, K-Dog. Because ultimately, people who do not play Lands games for the scavenger hunt or the story aspects, people who focus on endgame content and build crafting, do not have any reason to go back to the story DLCs, ever. We are only forced to go back there to farm items, and it's not really ever an enjoyable experience. With Wonderlands, I don't have to do that. I can, if I want to, but I don't have to. And there's a reason why one of the more popular mods for BL3 is one that allows you to get anything in your world drop pool. It's very popular. don't know why my sigils are acting like this right now. Like, I can't shoot from inside my sigil because it's just blocking my projectiles. It's slowing me down quite a bit. No, enemies are ignoring me. And it's usually going to be 1 new tails, 2 newer tails, 3 even newer tails, 4 Dragon Lords lands. I'm in. I'm interested. Hey Brendan, how you doing? Believe EL3 would have been balanced earlier if people didn't request a Mayhem redesign. Old Mayhem system was fine, could have improved, didn't need to completely change. Well, that's the thing, Reckless Monster. They did, at first, improve the system. The era I was talking about of Old Mayhem 4, they just added 4 and made the modifiers not awful. And then that was fine. Everyone was happy with that. No one asked for Mayhem 2.0. No one asked for that. But they went and did that because they really wanted people to like this idea of modifiers. So, yeah, that's a whole separate thing. Mayhem 4 was like... And that was just a tweak of the existing system rather than an overhaul. Well, the fact you can target farm certain kinds of legendaries. Target farming certain kinds of items, even non-uniques. Like, if I want shotguns, I go here. If I want SMGs, I go here. Again, simulating something popular from Borderlands 3, the Loot the Universe event, where it was limited to certain legendaries, but bunnies are just that, but a permanent feature, more accessible, and applicable to non-uniques as well. Very good system. Talk modifiers. Modifiers can be implemented well. Can be. They're not inherently bad. And they had item 11 where there are no modifiers. Yes, several months after several continuous months of effort, several months of continuous effort of rebalancing the game to get it to a good state, balance-wise, after doing Mayhem 2.0. Like, it was necessary because of a miscalculation. Honestly, they figured out in Wonderlands comes to modifiers, they can be whatever you want. They should be opt-in, aka you only take the curse room and chaos chamber for reward challenge value. Right. In Wonderlands, every curse beyond the room you spawn in is optional. You do not have to take a single curse beyond the one you spawn and have to choose. Or if they're doing a feature run that's a curse run that starts you out with a curse, which is usually a beneficial one, by the way. Usually it's like, you know, party time, which is helpful. So curses are almost entirely elective in this game, which is the way to do it. There are some that I'd say could still just not be there, like Nasty Spill is just kind of like, why do you exist? Even for someone who wants difficulty, it's like, Stay Back is annoying because enemies can literally spawn camp you and attach the beams to you before you have control of your character. Things like that. Done the super hard all lead every curse run yet? Not yet. I had to figure out which build I would want to do that on, because alchemical agent focus builds do get triple fucked, basically. I got greedy. Worked out fine. I think the lucky dice idea should be thrown in the rubbish or only affect roll drops. I don't agree. I do not agree with that. Now, that might be because I play from the perspective of, I think dedicated farming is a shit system. And it's outdated and only there out of obligation. It is ultimately the most gameplay light way to play this game, and I don't care for it at all. But the advantage of tying dedicated drop rates to the loot luck system is that you can increase your dedicated drop rates. You could not increase them in Borderlands games. There was no way to do it. And even drop rate increases only apply to world drops. You could not increase them in any way. In this system, you can increase them to the point where, despite people saying things like, oh, it's dedicated farming doesn't exist in this game, no, the rates on average are higher than in the games that you let your nostalgia blind you about. For example, people talk about how much they love farming an Unkempt Herald in Borderlands 2. That is a 10% drop rate. In Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, with maximum loot luck, most items are above a 10% drop rate. That's just how it works. So, like, literally easier because you can increase your drops yourself with your decision making. Crowded pools the culprit more than the rates? Yes. Crowded pools. 100% the thing there. Some enemies have 4 drops. And it's like, oh, ugh. Yeah, I have a decent chance collectively to get a drop, but for the one I want, not great. But the ones with 3 drops have better returns than the Herald. So, for example, if you're farming anything from Wastard, more forgiving than Borderlands 2 farms, just period. Period. If you're farming anything from Banshee, not as much, but close. Should have just had better base? Yeah, better base would fix it. Scrapping the loot luck system is not the answer, but giving them a better base, that's totally justifiable. Hell, I'm a proponent, and have been for a while, of, just make them guaranteed. If we're gonna have as much part variance that we have to deal with as we do, then, like, just make them guaranteed. Think dedicated drop rate should be the same as 1 to 40 and then increase periodically chaos levels? Yeah, absolutely not. I don't think that making the only way to increase them chaos levels is healthy, because what that ends up with is reinforcing the mentality that a lot of people still have of, I have to be on the highest difficulty. You don't, because what happens every single time is those people who do not belong on the highest difficulty, who hate the idea of the highest difficulty, go on it and then complain until it gets nerfed. So then the people who like difficulty get penalized for literally no good reason at all. Having multiple ways of boosting your drop rates, one of them being higher difficulty, is a better way of doing it. Chaos 100 be guaranteed deady drops, and you don't think people who don't like Chaos 100 would riot about that? There's people who haven't booted this game in months who are still complaining about Chaos 100 being added to the game despite the fact that it made the game better. Those people are the people who hate the state of dedicated farming. So giving them what they want behind the thing they hate is just gonna ruin the experience for literally everybody. The people who like Chaos 100, well, their preferences would be eventually gutted to appease the very loud corner of people who appoint themselves the community voice. And the people who don't like Chaos 100, they would still be playing on Chaos 100 even if it was a reworked version of Chaos 100, so they wouldn't like it either. It's a no-win situation if you do that. Hit me. crazy part variance, multiple character combos, wish it was more weighted tier combo, it helps as well. Already is. That is already a thing in the game. But streamer, in my opinion, should directly affect the game I stop playing. Salt battery's crazy. Fair and balanced? Mm-hmm. It's 42 again. Okay. So I've noticed that the most common points that I end up with builds on this, if I'm not paying complete attention, I usually end up in the 37s or in the 42s. I don't know why. I should try the crit con route with this. And see how that works out. What's your solution, Stump? One way I've thought of to address the problem that gets created by part variance, creating enormous RNG for what you want, is to make the variance more meaningful, so we have less instances of a single version of best in slot for an item. That's just a very complex solution too. Very complex. I can absolutely think of cases where, you know, that's already the case. For example, Queen's Cry. Most people will want the taser version of Queen's Cry, but there's reasons to go for ×1 Queen's Cries, there's reason to go for ×2. So in one gun, we have examples of, hey, this is meaningless part variance, and this is meaningful. Because no one wants a Zip Rockets one, really. It's gimmicky and funny, but no one actually wants that. Everyone wants a taser Queen's Cry. But ×1, ×2, that's situational. ×7 versus ×14 Stab-O-Matics, somewhat situational. You have instances of items where the part variance doesn't matter at all, like Livewire does not matter. If you're just holding it to swing your melee weapon, the stats of your Livewire don't mean anything. With Goblin Pickaxe, it's so desirable because it's so flexible. It can be very high crit chance, it can be very high swing speed, it can be good crit damage while having very good in the other two categories still, without being perfect in the other two. Like, it's flexible. So, yeah, it's difficult. There's things that you could totally stand to cut out, like, because of the low quality of, ability crit chance as a stat in this game, because of how crit calculation works, that doesn't need to be a thing in the game at all. That can just be gone. That doesn't need to exist. Arbitrary things like, for some reason, they gave SMG mag size passives a huge penalty. That doesn't need to be a thing, because it's already punishing enough to get the specific gun type passives for the specific gun you want. You know, like mag size and then crit and all that. Felicia, thank you for the 25 months. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Qua to you as well. Passive reroller would be nice. While I agree with that, I don't think it's something that they really want us to have in their creative vision. Because even the concept of rerolling anointments was presented in like the first year of BL3. And there was pushback. Like, it was requested by fans and like, it was a direct no in an interview. It was like, we don't have plans to do that. Eventually, they changed their minds. But I kind of put that in that category. Subs ready to have a quarter life crisis. Hey, your sub can get better car insurance. that actually hates. I don't know if I'd go that far because, you know, do you have a source on that? But there has been pushback historically from them at the concept of rerolling and crafting systems. There's like 4 separate conversations that happen in this game mocking the idea of crafting systems. There's certain things they don't seem to like the idea of in their creative vision, which is fine. We don't need those things, but something to think about. Move the chaos system, give the game 2 difficulties, you're an infinite, and fuck you player, just die, then remove all the gear, part variances too high, just leave everyone with fixed loadouts, remove the mirrors and delete your save when you finish the story. I like it. Let's do that. Diablo 3 does have a reroll, 1 passive which costs gold and mats. The best way to get mats is to do bounties. Yes, and the cost of that reroll increases each time to a point where eventually you're just more likely to, like, it'd be more efficient to just get a new copy of the item. Because if it costs you, like, several hundred veiled crystals to reroll and several million gold, like, you're just not going to want to keep rerolling that if you could still upgrade the item by just getting a new one. So yeah, that kind of system could work. I'm not arguing with that at all. And I think there's a lot in Diablo 3 that lends itself well to this game. This game has taken a lot of cues seemingly from Diablo 3 with the similarity between the Chaos Chamber and the Rift system. So I don't think you're wrong, Chef du Jour. I think you're right that that would work well. But I also think that based on what we've seen so far, I don't think it's likely to be implemented in any game. I could be wrong. They could implement it in the next title, and I will eat my words. But that is my speculation. It's an educated guess. That's a good greatsword. Take that. Apple shake? We were so close to greatness. We were so close. I thought I could do it. We almost had 55,555 with 5 lives. We were so close. Skill issue? Honestly, yes. If I had held my finger down for 1 nanosecond less. Day is ruined. Classic programmer mistake. That's a selective amnesia. The awkward thing with that, though, is if you're doing this skill combo without Brutal Stampede, then the best thing you're getting is more Thralls. Thralls is the same bonus as Amnesia, so you just massively overstack one category. Now, if you want to have a shit ton of global damage, this is how you do it. But, I want all the all damage. Understandable. Understandable response. Let's do a boss run of this. Global damage only build. I mean, that's pretty much any Graveborn build that isn't a spell build, Slushy. Graveborn just doesn't provide any real bonuses that are not global and spell damage. Graveborn have damage challenge. Impossible. Run Blightcaller. Having fun with using class so far. Yeah, Blightcaller is great. They did a really good job with Blightcaller. Classes give all damage. Graveborn, Blightcaller. Stabomancer. Yeah, just those three. Because Berserker doesn't, Spellshot doesn't, Clawbringer doesn't, Spore Warden doesn't. So yeah, just Graveborn, Stabomancer, and Blightcaller. Flora's Wrath of Nature, that's not global damage. That is a different thing. Different multiplier entirely. It's a debuff, yes. Thousand Cuts, Flawless Edge, Faithful Thralls, Lord of Edges, Swift Death.
You wanted to meet Bernadette?
'I love that. When you just lock Dragon Lord in place. Satisfaction. Spirit was trying. Claw debuff armor worth to use any classes don't use Graveborn. It's just a good armor as long as you're using a class that that you want that primary class power. So like for example, because claw armor can only roll primary of the 3 pet classes plus Blightcaller, it's more suited to builds that run those action skills. So like you could definitely use the great effect on a hammer throw build. On a blizzard build, barrage build. If you were gonna do that, you know. Don't, but if you were. Those are the ones you'd want to use it on. It wouldn't be desirable on, say, a Ghostblade build, because you can't get primary class power for a Ghostblade. Meaning you just lose a bunch of base damage. Castbug's RNG? Yeah. Why does Chaos Bug even happen? Why does any bug happen? Oh, shit went wrong under the hood. Are you gonna phase properly? Wait, that's so sick. That's faster. Wait. Wait, that's faster. It might be faster to kill Drill while he's diving during his second phase than it is to kill him before that, because it skips an animation. That's cool. I like that. I learned something today. How you doing, Pragmatic? One thing Wonderlands needs the option turn off myth rank bonuses. I would like that a lot. I would like that a lot. Hell, a myth rank respec in-game would be great.
My spell is ready.
That's something that I'm gonna have to compare a couple runs and, like, count frames, but I have a suspicion that it's faster, because that is a long animation that it skips. You know, where the one where Drill's, like, you've already phased him, but he's just sitting there, like, breathing out fire, puffing out lightning and shit. Yeah, that was disrespectful. I let him break my ward and take me to 100 HP, but then I just ADS so he couldn't break my gun's ward. Sorry, LeChance. That was just rude. I did end up watching that VOD back and figured out what caused that bug.
Couldn't stay away for long.
Which bug? The mask activation animation, you didn't let him do his Bane cosplay. Oh, the action figure bug? Yeah, what caused it? What caused it? Yeah, we're playing a landscape. Gotta specify which bug, you know? 170 Great Axe is tempting for some stuff. Because 170 Great Axe, that's like spitting distance, assault, and battery crit mults, but with higher base damage, faster swing speed, higher crit chance. You just don't get the Dagger Storm. Pick that up for science. You know, the bug. Never had a chance. VOD on your screen. What's your findings, Pragmatic? Hey, Viper, thanks for the 500 bit. You got the promotion? Let's go. Great candidate before you interviewed, smash the interview out of the park. Let's fucking go. Chat, gas up Viper right now. Right now. Love to see it. Absolutely deserved.
Quag, I got the promotion. Quag hype, you were a great candidate before you interviewed, and then you smashed the interview out of the park. Quag Pog, thanks for forever being the best inspiration. Keep on quaggin' quag qua.
Well said, Texas Beach. That's awesome, Viper. Love to see it. That's Mr. Lead Technician Viper to you. Oh. Making me feel some type of way. You doing anything to celebrate? Okay, that says Shaman's Calamity of Slagenstein, but I swear it said Sean's Calamity. I don't know why I thought it said Sean. I was like, who the fuck is Sean? It's mine, hand it over. No, it says Craig on it now. Lead or lead. One of them could also be a bullet designer. Technically true. Come on, scroll. Back to a little bit of Dreadwind. Just a little bit more. Sean's over here dropping hot calamities in the office. I'll celebrate a little next month. Just bought a monitor. It's not really flexing cash right now. Understandable. Understandable. I'll mess with this in chat on my kobold. Be fine. Yeah, let's do some boss runs.
Take it. Go on, Fate-maker.
But yeah, Viper, you got a promotion for your birthday. Let's fucking go. Why did I not have an action skill selected? Oh, I was respecing. Oh, hi, Pigwort. You're looking very, warty. Warty. So I'm pretty sure Pigwort takes damage from amnesia puddles if you leave them under him while he's immune, which is just funny. Also, that's an interesting amnesia. I'm gonna take that for a different thing. Oh, Dragon Lord.
My endless rage has just begun.
Staggered him too soon. Any whomstill gonna bounce, go cook chicken later on. Thanks for the good wishes. Of course, Viper. Congrats again. Enjoy your chicken.
Will they never learn? Defend yourself!
You have it. Archer fails before your Dragon Lord.
See, you found the floaty blade? I did. I got one earlier today, yeah. I still think I'll probably use a Spriggan more regularly because I can self-damage with a low-level Spriggan for amnesia tech. But the kobold is just funny.
Are you sure you're high enough?
I cannot.
I am invincible. Don't you dare throw up on my pyramid. Oh, 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 ow. Real
Ooh, the knot was still on him. Spicy. I'm running to the bathroom real quick. BRB. Okay, be back. So it was time to take my build to the next level, so I nerded out on the damage formula doc. I cut my DPS down to a third. Why was so bad at this game? Oh no. What happened? Sometimes something looks better in theory that just ends up not being better. It is worth noting. Skills you can combine the two weakest skill trees with something really strong, score stop. Yeah, I think that's a testament to the quality of just game design in this game. Even the weakest among the skills, or the skill trees, still viable. They all fill some sort of role. I'd like to see some of the gear that doesn't fit that bill brought up to match at some point, but I think it's low priority, because for the most part, this game's just well-tuned in terms of comparing things to each other. For the most part. I have a lot more dot damage than I did before. Pretty noticeable. Yeah, this way I get the melee stuff and the dot damage instead of having to give up the melee stuff to get Demon Blight. Though I still want to find a way to fit a Demon Blight onto this without... I think just anytime he's from the shadows, I'm gonna have to ring swap if I really want that. Because using one Demon Blight is gonna pretty much require that I go triple crit chance on a ring, and that's useless and from the shadows. Oh man, he outpaced my Harbinger regen. Good job, Pigwort. Still died to the dot, though. Some fights are very crummy with polymorph. Trash mobs don't live long enough to get the full away from it. Yeah. It can be situationally disadvantageous. Didn't we kill him this run already? Yeah, there's nothing stopping you from getting multiple of one thing in a boss rush. Tried spreading things out, multiple categories, status effect formula. Guess I had a big number and better categories. What are you using to apply your status? That's not bad for forgetting to use Tootherator. It's pretty good, honestly. So I've seen like 4 Blight Burr armors, or Burr Blight, that run. That's a good ring. Shame about that shotgun grip. Yeah, I gotta start checking this vendor more for the spells and the rings and stuff. Using Sword Explosion, White Rider leaves your hand for blank status. Okay, so you're just gonna want to stack status damage. Like, diversifying outside of having status damage, not really too much point, because on hit gun damage, which is the kind you get from gear not named Brutal Stampede, that doesn't boost your dots. And even if it did, it'd be competing with, you know, if spells had their own stat that did that, which they don't, but it'd be competing. Whereas if you go status damage, it all benefits. Additionally, Contagion and Spirit Swarm are both things that double dip your status damage. Does if you're using Barbalode. Barbalode gets stronger either way, Flib. That's the thing. For the same reason, boosting gun damage is more practical to boost play the angles than using ability damage to boost play the angles. Boosting the thing that's going to boost all of what you're doing is more practical than boosting the thing that's going to boost some of what you're doing, chance based on the other thing that you've chosen not to boost because you've changed priorities. It's better to just get the thing that boosts it all. And it's not like you need to make Barbalode stronger. Imagine spells dealing dots depending on damage dealt. Some spells that happen to do a lot of damage do have very good base spells. For example, Laser Hand has a very strong dot. It's just, imagine things living a Laser Hand. Empowering Sigils have a very high hidden dot value, so they don't do a lot of damage, but they do insane dots. Do you want to get a Brutal Stampede? Armor Bunny speeding me up. Yeah, Brutal Stampede's very RNG heavy. I noticed that when messing with one of my melee dot builds, I'd walk up, my sigil just wreck. It was one of those discoveries that Stone Swan kept me posted about. He was messing around with that. I was on vacation at the time, and I immediately took out my phone and made a note to test it with all these different action skill combinations and stuff because it was so cool. I was like, hell yeah. Sigils are great in this game. They're just awesome. There's so much you can do with them. Blazing Calamity with crit chance, damage radius, spell damage. That's good. Crit chance parts on Blazing Calamity make it more double knot friendly. Like a lot more double knot friendly. I think, if you were to make the most double knot friendly while still being good Blazing Calamity, you'd probably want Ascended, Fire, Ascended Fire, 2 crit chance parts, 1 radius part. Probably. Fire over Dark Magic for the better flesh matchup. Dark Magic would be better against everything else, but... Although you could just go Cryo and run, like, Cape of Tides or something. That would work too. AFK build possible just standing there menacingly? Yes. Yes, it is. People actually pulled that off with, Hammer and Anvil. Depending on what you're fighting, you could do it with Mace Wardu. You could totally do it with, Spirit Swarm stuff. If you, say, had, something that could apply a dot to an enemy and spawn Spirit Swarm, then yeah, it could do that. Enjoy reading the hate comments in this game on Instagram. Someone just tells them why they're... People hate on this on Instagram? How bored are you? Like, every time I hear about someone going on about this game, like, shitting on it on Facebook or Instagram, I'm like, A, who the fuck has the time to do that? B, no one can see it because who is looking on those platforms about... Like, what? Do they hate on this game on Venmo? Fucking MySpace? Like, what... They... I don't understand. Hate on Mixer. Goated. LinkedIn's having a field day with this patch. You wait till I write on Tumblr about this. Hate on it in DeviantArt. full second. I don't even know what that one is. That's how long it's been. I am not familiar. Yo, message me on AIM about your thoughts about this game. The hate on Tinder is crazy. I could totally see those people putting it in their Tinder profile. Post of 80 comments all hate and someone telling those people why they're dumb for and something they don't even play anymore. I mean, good for that one person who's telling them, but also that poor person's mental health. Like, ugh. I cannot imagine what it's like to be in that environment. Willingly. Vaccination. Thought they brought the poor back. I thought they did too, but I don't follow that closely. I think I saw some of my AOL messages about this game. Legendary. If you're above Chaos 20, swipe left. That's gonna be our raid message. That's gonna be our raid message. Hang on, we're gonna make it even cringier. There we go. It just took one emoji. I'm gonna call it here so I can grab some food and stuff. Only slightly early, but I started slightly earlier. But yeah, go ahead and copy this raid message. This beautiful, wonderful raid message. Internet Explorer just notified me about the release of a game called Borderlands 3. Not Borderlands 2. It sucks. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. I'll be live tomorrow. Should be business as usual for the most part. We might do that co-op run. I'll see what Lazy wants to do about that. But yeah. Speaking of, let's head over to Lazy. Yeah. Copy that raid message. I do my Borderlands hate on Bing. Not Ask Jeeves? Fucking normie. Anyway, you guys are great. Thank you for all the support. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow or whenever. Yeah, Kevin, I'm gonna eat. I'll get you food too. Okay, yeah, you're great. Bye.